Hey everybody, welcome back to more Final Fantasy 14, where I'm gonna just continue. I know I kind of streamed yesterday, but I kind of wanted to continue a little bit further because I feel like I didn't really make too much progress yesterday. I mean, I did. I fought Leviathan and all, but I am going to be fighting another one soon. Not sure how long that'll be exactly. It'll probably be some odd amount of quest. So I might as well just hop right on in and get started with that. All right. So all I gotta do is just talk to Minfilia once more. My game is ultra loud. There we go. Let's see, anything useful? Some things, I suppose. But yeah, as you can tell, I changed up my HUD again. Hopefully this time it'll work. I have my mouse back and it's actually really big and large too, which it's showing up in the stream, I noticed. Huh. Well, I'm going to do something about that really teeny quickly. Because I don't want my mouse to be shown. I mean, I have a feeling I'm not really going to be able to do anything about it anyway. It's huge. All right, I missed something. What did I miss? No, wrong button. What did I miss? There we go. Event. Click. That didn't help. Okay, wasn't too much. No, it avails us not to speculate. Ramuh will send word if there's any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak on a different matter. One close to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations, which we have previously attributed to good King Magomag XII. May he rest in peace. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing aesthetic disturbance. Etheric disturbance, not aesthetic, of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Oda this time are come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford them the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in 7th heaven, waiting a formal response. I see, mayhap this is to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Vasily, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people anyway. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Azurius, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Alright, what do we have going on now? So my mouse is going to be showing up on the screen at all times, apparently. Fun. Let's see if I can... I kind of like the speed of it when it's tiny, but I don't like the fact that I can barely see it. Either way, it's a trade-off. Do I like the fast speed, or do I like the fact that I can see it? Because for some reason, setting it to large or maximum, I just can't see it. Oh well. What can I do? All right, there they are. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia. I lead the Scions of the 7th Dawn. To be praised, it is you. We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Pray, calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Oda for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the ones that got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully their soul sooner than his palms. Any road, the flames do what they can do for us, of course, but they ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich dastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I could see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where, and when it came to me, Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is more complicated. While it's true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, the decision was a product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us? If I might have a word. Tataru is aught amiss? Ill tidings for Oda, my lady. Afanon has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. 7 hex. Now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady. We are not the ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I'm not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphanod and quickly. If he's in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalima will see to it. Alphanod is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry! Sounds good enough for me. Let's find out exactly what has been going on there. So let's go back to Ul'dah again. I swear it's like every single quest in post AR is like go to Ul'dah, go to Ul'dah, go to Ul'dah, go to Ul'dah. It's like stop it. Stop it. Okay, let's see. Adventurers Guild? Alright, right up here. You look like you're being treated rather well.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist.
They also don't have shirts.
Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Ul'dans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. while more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Never. They never will be better at this rate. Still probably not. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. Have I piqued your curiosity? Good, then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. We'll hear what General Raban has to say upon the matter. And by accompany you, you're gonna walk through somebody. Well, I'm gonna walk over to an Aetherite and warp to the closest place I can, and then we'll be there at the same time, technically. Okay, cool. Alright, so most likely... Wrong area. Wrong area. Hall of Flames. The place that is right next to the Aetherite. Whoops. Okie dokie. Get my feet wet. Go around. Now is not a good time, Azure. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alphanod, back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your that's a weird word. Shurigens. There we go. Surgeons. Something like that. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread before the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remained throughout Thanalan. It sent what forces we can to spare to root. There we go. Out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are elusive. I can well imagine, given the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed. And not with butcher knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. Kinda, yeah. None can deny that tensions between the Udan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the dolmens were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what are those who have not had a single gil to spend? Who cannot survive without the aid provided by the Immortal Flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear amongst their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well, my point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent is not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. Hello, I'm a third party. I can handle it. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. Warrior of Light, right in the center of the screen. He can handle it. The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with a good cause. Were we to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana had been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they'll face harsh criticism there in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Azurius. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation. Yes, independent of the authorities. No duh. And to that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlement is suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at the request for such information, but I have no doubt that you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Alright, sounds good with me. Talk to Swift, who is literally right here and probably heard the conversation. You look as though you have something to say, Azurius, do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of Callan's soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual may be better suited to this task in the regiment. Very well, the Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Okay. Speak of the Brass Blades at Lost Hope, which Lost Hope is all the way over there. Not very far. I can just fly there. Wasn't far at all. I literally could have just like walked. All right. Lefric. A friend of the Sultanate, are we? I take this means someone has read my report. Refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return. I'm increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He'll explain everything. What brings you here, adventurer? A search for refugees? Well, then you come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? So no, you won't find them here. Most of the people who have lost hope have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. Speak to Zazawaka, which is further in. A little bit way further in. Not really. I gotta stop being lazy and flying everywhere. Hello. Ah, don't hurt me. I'm not one of them. I beg your pardon. You're not a flame. I see. If Leofric bid you speak with me, then I take it you agreed to help. Told me praise for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under a fanatic spell, but to not die. Promises a revolution retribution, holding the ruling class to account for taking the which is owed. Ha, childish fantasy. Did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the richest planet is plain for all to see. Look beyond yonder tent, and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized he is by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make a little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. And I no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. Why is he behind the tent? What are you doing? Don't draw, don't draw, don't draw, don't draw. Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together, and then you'd be here with me. You're here to soothe me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? Okay. Slash soothe. That pose is literally just Drake from Drake and Josh. Whoa, take it easy, man. Who are you? What do you want? Ah, it's true. I follow the merchant. May the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons they had brought and explored us to seize control of our fates. Thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups and sent us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then he started arguing and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter end. Oh gods, the other group, they're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. I will take, this one. The other refugees are hiding in the cave south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultan and try to kill us than listen to the reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. The pox and all the bloody cell swords. They're supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if we only had listened never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would suffer us to be defeated. Though they were never suffer us to be defeated. Though they were forced to confront reality. That's it. I challenge the twins to combat, show my brethren that the strongest warriors are no match for one man. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms to renounce this plot. It's funny that you expect me to be stupid strong, which, sure. We'll go with that. Where are they? They're all the way over there. All right, then. Time to be lazy and fly there. I probably made good to fly there because it's actually a little bit farther than I expected it to be. Oops, other side. What? Silly, confusing map. Oh, is it like in a cave? Yeah, that would make sense that it would be like in a cave. So if I want to get there, I need to enter from here. Okay. Or there. That works too. Or not. Okay then. So right down here? There it is. Hello. They found us. Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Ha ha ha. Sorry to disappoint you, lad, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. Well, they tried. Hello. One more to go. I might as well take you out. That it? Nope, there's more. You are still alive. All right then. One more hit ought to do it. There we go. Any more? You beat him like it was nothing. Oh, almighty, what are we going to do now? Okay. Now back to the terrified refugee. Oh, we're wrong button. I'm like, what do you mean I don't have that item? All right, let's see where the other exit to this cave is. Literally right there. Wow. I literally could have just followed the river. I could have just followed the river. You've returned. Did you find my brethren? They really were not that far away, apparently. What are the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better than a handful of them take a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? Huh? But where else could he be? Unless he went to the stone's throw to recruit others. I will take you then. The merchant wished to approach the refugees in stone's throw. That was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from their vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop them from continuing his work. How many more must perish in pursuit of this futile cause? Much more suffering must be endured before it ends. Find him and convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. Search stone throw for merchants, which is not terribly far. All right. All right, let's see here. Finally, something's better than what I had. I'm getting there, apparently. Somewhere around here. There they are. Have you seen my parents? Sometimes I wonder what my guy says when he just does a They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with a man from Uda. The man said they were going to change everything. Make it so we can live inside the walls of everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry, and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look. Over there. I think that's him. Your mouth was not moving when you were saying that, so you're literally going... Well, now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? I... He's getting away. Go get him, mister. Is he just going to be in a designated location, or do I actually have to chase him? He's going to be in a designated location. It would be nice if I actually could chase something. Be like, whoa, that's awesome. I'm actually doing something that's different. Not sure. You're level 2 there. Yeah, you're fine. Let's see if we can help you out a little bit, but you're good to go. You didn't really get that far away. Hello. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedation? Treason? Revolution? That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Uda? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of the argument, let us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a cucumber's arse about politics. It was business. Only business. You both know I'm not the only one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I'll tell you everything. Oh, what's all this commotion? Those outfits are so weird. Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Imagine what would happen if he shot me. That'd be really different. Whole adventure. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots? Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Alright, back to the Hall of Flames it is. Thankfully, you don't have to go too far. That's a wall. That is a wall. What news, Azurius? Where is the merchant? Murdered? He was not simply murdered, Azurius. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. I'll take that one. Is it better than what I have? It is not. That's fine. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the results of your own investigation. Master Alphanau has already been informed, and you should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste to speak to Bartholomew. Nope. Alright, to the place that I accidentally went earlier. Alright. Let's go a teeny bit faster. There's so many people over here. They're all viewing cutscenes. We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside. That sounds neat.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji? But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Allagan ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domins was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Carlians did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Wow, that just ended a quest without me clicking anything. That's a first. That is like a big first, actually. Just ended. All right, well, give me 1 second. I need to go do something really quick. Okie dokie. All right. Click on you. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was a product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intended to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That even they felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. You are, of course, the Scions best suited to this task, Corporal Carmine. Do take the moment to visit the Adder's Nest and make inquiries at the earliest available opportunity. Be gone, whelp. This is no place for children. I'm so sorry. That's the same little girl from before. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? So you visited Stone's Throw as well, I see. Why can I not say Stone's Throw? It's so weird of a word that I keep like stuttering on it. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you'd like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course, but first I need to finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me his secret, you see. so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillow over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. Weird way to do things, but okay. I'll take you to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans and Aether-starved Ramuh, even dealing with an Asian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for change. Serious, this is Minfilia that I exactly contacted you right on the dot. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return the Revenant's toll with all due haste. The situation in the Tollswood has taken a turn for the worse. I'll explain in detail once you arrive. Tollswood? Then the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I've received no reports of Exali activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Azure, you know as well as I that the appearance of primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, when you arrive, do inform the dissident that, while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I'm more than capable of protecting myself. Okay, primal time. If it's the Sylphs, then it's Ramuh. Game? Game? Hello? Game? There you go. Alright. Alright, right behind me. Everybody be going into the Rising Stones, apparently. Alright. It's relieved to see you healthy and hell, Azurius. The latest news from Odal is the most disturbing. There's no "the" in there, so it's clearly the only injury Alphanod suffered was to his ego. Dallas would heal ere long. The other Scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. I'll take that one. Alright, summon them. Thank you for responding to my call of such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were not urgent. To business then. I have received some of the most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Ramuh. I'm sorry, may have, then it's not certain. The other seed seer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Gerudo and so on, Ramuh is reputed to act only in defense of his children. Imagine he would soon make his presence known if there are any foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, I would have not escaped your notice. Oh, I didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. Beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventuality and did not to prevent it? I told Papalamo, of course, I could have reported things in Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except to wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around their territory. They already summoned Ramuh once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came trampling through the forest. And so long as the Castrum Orient stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. At the last, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uda drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. Just like that, the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for the Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Azure, though your dealings with the Sylphs of little solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. Wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past might not achieve similar success with their patron deity? Ramuh can be convinced of our intentions. They may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope, were such thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let's continue the discussion, and now we must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramuh's presence. The Elder Seats here has requested your personal involvement, Azure. Pray report to Commander Helio at the Adder's Nest as soon as you're able. Seal yourself for the worst, but I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter. Experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. We're gonna fight Ramuh! Okay, and we're going... Actually, I could just, you know what? Yeah, Adder's Nest, or, just hit the return button. Return! Okie dokie. I'm always facing the wrong way, apparently. Hello, Vorsai. Corporal Carmine, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal has ever caused for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Caesar, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic rather than martial skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nofika's altar. Conjurer and attendants will admit you to Lotus Stand. Okay. Time to go to somewhere. There we are. Always forget where that area is, despite the fact that it was the place I got like most of my questing done with my Conjurer class and all that, but yeah, that way. This way. Granted, I could have just warped there, but I'm already here. Hello, Salin the Conjurer. The other Scions have already arrived. Sir, may I show you in? Yes. I tried so hard to not fall in the water there.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelves Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal
Among us.
without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations.
They said it, not me.
Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks.
They like expect me to say no or something?
A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands Veorzia shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
All right, too little solace. Would you just fly? Thank you. Corporal Carmine, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to the tree with the Primal Ramuh himself, an inalienable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I've been told that your fellow Scions are conducting investigation areas as we speak, that we might well ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. I'll take that one. I was told that a messenger would be soon sent as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise one says finish searching and wisely identify the precise location where the touched one summoned Lord Ramuh. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Why don't you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, walking one. Please come with me, this one. Alright, and where am I going? That's not very far. I definitely haven't been in this area before. I have never walked across this, I like walked across this bridge and kind of looked, but that was about it. So, let's see what we're doing in here. Okay, I just gotta go around. Okay. Oh, you know, screw it. Fly. Thank you. Hello, Maxio. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. Hey, where'd you go now? Okay, all the way over there. So... it's almost like they didn't remember that I could fly places. Of course, me flying places kind of skips a lot of the encounters, but not like I'll level up from many of it anyway, and I don't really gotta find any of them, so... this one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramuh, and this one may turn mean and nasty like the touch ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking one, find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, walking one. So right over here? That's not very far. So it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded self-tricksters. I saw of them wreaking havoc with the skin-changing magics. It's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it is quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Nishtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Ramuh. Yeah, my apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I am pleased to say I've reached an indisputable conclusion. It's with that Ramuh is forth in the vicinity of the Self-Aephorite. Come forward for Xerius. The Lord 11 awaits. Really? There it is. Now you'll leave me alone in a couple seconds. Like I said, you'll leave me alone in a couple seconds.
Thine order betrays thee, servant of hiding. Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I
Forgot
am
about
Ramuh,
Odin.
guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, but there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from at home.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Do you speak of peace? Well then, kick my butt. And then we'll do it. Excuse me? Hello. Can you not? Thank you. I don't gotta attune to it, I just kind of do it? Yeah, I could just do it. Okay. I'm going to assume you want to be invited to party, so there you go. Okie dokie. What is that? Disembowel. Damage dealt is increased. Neat. Alright then. Time to fight Ramuh in the striking tree. Let's be intimidated. Da, da, da. Okay, so I wonder if there's like a thing because with Leviabetus, he had a thing where like you had to hit the thing and then if you didn't, everybody would just die. So I wonder if this has anything like that. But overall, I probably should be okay, I think. If you see someone locked in place and you have a zap ring around you, basically like an AoE thingy, same with them. Really? Alright, I'm gonna move over here. There we go. Between you and the other person. Okay, so grab 3 sparks. So is it like objects that look bolty? Also, I hope the wait time isn't as bad compared to Leviathan. Leviathan, I had to wait past the 5 minutes, and that was just awful. That was terrible. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So, one of you has to grab 3 sparks, so I had to go to the other person, kind of just stand there and I guess follow them? Or just stay with them until we gather the sparks, I would assume is the case. Okay, and waiting. Just exactly 3. All right. All right, well, here we go. All right, let's do this. Alright, so far so good. Bam. Let's do this again. Okay. That's fine, I can deal with that. Wrong spell, though. That wasn't bad.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
All right. Get out of here. I could probably have just warped. All right. There you are. Corporal Carmine, you have returned. Dare I ask how Ramuh received your visit? I beat his butt in. He challenged you to a test of arms. It is well, then, that you have some experience in such matters. The people of both Gridania and Little Salas will be relieved to hear that the Lord 11 has accepted you as his forest champions of peace. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Corporal Carmine, and the elder seats here must be informed of your deeds at once. Elder Seer will wish to hear of your experience firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer had no feet. Yep, I know. Alright, away we go. I did not mean to hit that button. Why do I do this every time? I swear I could just warp to it. Conjurer's Guild. There we go. Welcome back, honored Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see you return. Elder Caesar awaits you within. It's amazing that I did Ramuh in like less time than Leviathan's entire quest line. While taking a little mini break to do something, but you know. I just talk to you and be like, I did it.
You are returned to us, dear friend.
Yes, I have returned to you.
For bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
I kicked his butt in.
Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one, yet I fear that dream is still far off. on behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
That's good because we kind of have a refugee problem, and yeah, the Ramuh thing was kind of shoehorned in just because.
Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Azurius? I hoped Lord Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the doctress in which you responded to the primal sudden challenge. And it seems that Aranje, too, was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Azurius? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones, ponder the lessons of the day? Sure. Back to 7th Heaven and go into the Rising Stones. I always forget which building it is. It would be nice if I had like a big neon sign right there or something. Okay. All right. Hello. Welcome back, Azurius. Words of your momentous encounter of Lord Ramuh precede you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Iranje's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the... Why did you word it that way? Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin. Did you say your victory? Our learned companion was struck with profound insight regarding the nature of the Asian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Asian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Asians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Asians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Asians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Asians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection,
therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Asian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Going all Kingdom Hearts on this. Only difference is the room is purple and not white. Oh, no. Voice acting. Okay. Lord 11 is returned to the ether, as was the Leviathan before him. Ramuh's what? Acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man, Hydaelyn's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masters survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is a task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken and raise. Now I'm saying Eorzea wrong. Eorzea's. That wasn't even close. Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Are they talking about a mega weapon? Ooh, stuff I can't use. Now the matter Ramuh has for the present been put to rest, there is something I would show you, Azurius. It's a paper. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, King Magomag the 12th, may his soul rest in peace, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. Needless to say, there is one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of all your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Azurius, and Eorzea is much safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos on this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will turn to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no smart part thanks to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies have ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. The Sylphs of Little Solace, who wish naught of conflict, and the Alamegans and the Domans who stand with us, determined to halt the dread march of the Empire. And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, speaking of which I haven't seen them in a while, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Alag that we might be spared the horror of another ultimate weapon. I'm curious if this line exists if you don't do that quest line. I'm curious about that. Of course, when speaking of our... Wait, no. I just thought about it. Because they said that you wouldn't be able to continue to a certain point had you not done it. Which means that I probably already passed that point, like that threshold already. That I wouldn't be able to continue. Yeah, that kind of thing. Which is weird because all it is just a side note mention and there's no real reason for me to not have done it or something. Of course, and speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which we mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to the many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Asians, and combat it we shall in cutscenes. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust I will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Alphanod, I take it the troubles in Ura no longer require your attention? There's yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. This report such that I stand before you now. I intend to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from Ellie. Ahem, you recall the refugee girl? Yes, I do. The one whose parents were missing. They were found unharmed. She wishes me to pass on her thanks to you. By Alphanod, am I to understand you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? Look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Azure, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. I suggest you to put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town. Really? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name, and I believe he has some small matter we wish to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? You gotta do something to fill out the rest of the patch time, so might as well just go to some random kid that we talked to before and be like, hey! Instead of just ending it right there. But nope. It's literally just a filler quest. I walked right by them. Hello. Look, it's Mr. Azure. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were all fighting primals and that they were some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. Wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Mr. Azure? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coldnet. Do you know that Mr. Azure is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Azure. So my companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions. I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coltnet. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking Mr. Azure if he gave us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if we were to cross swords with Azurius? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Corey, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I say you're merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am, but what matters is the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson. What say you, Azurius? Would you consent to spar with me? In the middle of here, or are we gonna go somewhere first? Hurrah, we're gonna have a tournament. Come on, everyone, let's prepare our gear for an outing. Do not try to disappoint them, Have faith, Coldnet. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make this a worthy contest. Fields to the east of town should provide suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. I look forward to casting arrow and then holy, 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 holy. All right then. Yeah, they said the one's to the east, which is right there. All right. Right around the corner. Hello. So it's good you would agree with this, Azure. It's how you trust you're ready to begin? Level 50, level sync? Weird. Very well, let's not keep the younglings waiting any longer. How are you? Are you certain you wish to fight him alone? That is Azurius you face. A better way to test my mettle. Pray allow me to attempt my first round unaided. After all, 'twas the hero's legend that led me to join the Silence to begin with. Without Azurius to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. The point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should you appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall aid my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Yida? What? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. I thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there will be still more to come. When I mentioned Azurius' name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. While my own popularity seems to be a sickly shade in comparison, you best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. All right. It didn't even get touched. Ooh, now I have to start paying attention. Really? My attack did like nothing there just because of he was still talking. You have bested me. I yield. That was incredible. He beat them both at the same time. Who are you? We knew you couldn't lose, Azurius. No one could defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Yeah, I see why they send you to deal with the Primals. I have much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Some weird ego boosting going on there. Impressive as always, Azurius. It's just ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial powers. I didn't say that right, but that's close enough. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they do appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that's the most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Cartanau. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some have chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The legatus single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for the desire to continue his grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. Threats were too many, the nation too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. 'Twas the people, these wonderful, infuriated, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feeling into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for this indistinguishable courage grew from a fervent wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our quarrels, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of scale that cannot be solved by the silence of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the ruler primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue the discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Oh, my mouse is already hovering over where the mount icon is. Before I even saw it on the screen. Not you. And in we go. Thank you for coming, Azurius. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for the truly united Eorzea. That one, I guess. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th astral era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such of an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land, directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet, while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of an endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense an impetus towards unification draining away. Thus, I have been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. It is my hope that the successful utilization of such force would lend momentum to lagging deliberations. It would be nice, honestly, to like have like an organization where it's like Oh, hey, if we want to do the thing, we could do it. We don't need to sit there and talk to every other person and be like, yeah, we need your permission, sort of deal. Also, being primarily a military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and his people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the Refugee Revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is yet necessary that I visit the 3 leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and tend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I'm still otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. 'Tis assuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Luminza. Let us rendezvous up over a call. Here we go. Time to visit the nations again and be like, yo, what's up? All right, Limsa Luminza. You. All right, so where am I going here? Right there. It's always right there. Hello. Ah, there you are. I'm ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with the Admiral Blosvin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing the parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of this opportunity. As for potential members, as no matter will be already pledged to another institution, only that they're willing to lend a strength when the situation demands it. You need to range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter that we might prepare for the next leg of the journey. Okay. So upper decks I go. Which is the quickest way there? Right there. Right in front of me. Alright, that's Lev, which I don't care about. Let's see. Yeah, they're kind of all scattered all throughout the city, so this is going to be annoying. Right in here? Hello. Who in the bloody hells do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodden nut and shivering plate. If you're looking for your self-righteous fop, try knocking on the dandy Charlemagne's door. Alright, well, that's not a good start. Next one is that way. Precursor to the United Eorzean Grand Company? I do admire the scope of your ambition. My responsibilities here at Naldik and Vimelis keep me close to the forge. I've not the time to be trapezing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armor, however, I'd be willing to accept some special commissions. Okay, so that's a no, technically. So the quickest way there... There's no warp over there, really? Okay, I'm gonna have to walk the distance, apparently. I guarantee they just like, oh, hey, just pick the place where, yes, there are people to talk to, but you don't have to walk the distance. Have fun. Alright, down here. Stairs? Work with me. There we go. Let's see, I can go up and around. Well, if ain't Azure is, I'd not forget an adventurer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut to into Titan's bedchamber. You'll remember old Roll, do you? Formerly of the company Heroes 3 Whistles at Bronze Lake? Well, I often drag me arse out of Limza for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? You're looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work. Sounds like a right lark it does. Alrighty, lad, count me on. The heroes have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. 1 out of 5. Let's see, the other ones are all the way up top. Closest place is the Marauders Guild. So I could go from the aft castle, but it's still gonna take me some time. So, make my way there. Right. Master Alphanod's new organization? Yes, I've heard the formation of his trial company was in the offing. Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection and limits of Luminza must needs receive my full attention. Alright, so that was another useless... What the... I was kind of weirded out by my movement there. Alright. Oh, they're right there. How about you? An organization with the freedom to operate in territorial impunity? I must say, your proposal intrigues me. The Krakens well know that there's a time to act and a time to watch. I'm afraid this is trial company of yours falls in the latter category. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I'll just kind of use the thingy when I get near it. Alright, the closest one I believe was the Arcanist Guild. Can I walk right past it? I see, that's the ferry. Airship landing. Whoops. Other side. Whatever. That's fine, I can work with this. I can work with this. Azure, so recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limza Luminza. A member of legendary company Heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing, I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few would boast that Quinn is such a elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seeds here proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Britannia at your own pace. I shall await your arrival on Nofika's altar. To Gridania! My audience with the other seats here is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you once more seated the task of recruitment here at Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous with the airship ticket counter as before. Alright, what am I dealing with this time? Amphitheater. Lancers Guild. There. Alright then. Hello, this is going to fail. Just not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. This company here certainly sounds like it has some promise, but its duties appear less in focus. Must refuse your invitation until such as the time your organization is more organized. Yep, called that one. Next. In the little corner there. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions? I'm both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me. Bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. I figured that one would go a little bit better because I actually knew the guy, but nope. At least this one's right around the corner. The last one is in the amphitheater. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let's return to the guild unless the air your tormenting back is up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We're just... Oh, Azurius, isn't it? It's been some time since your paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you come. Mother Mione tells me it was you who felled the fearsome black wolf. Now you seek the stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order? Well, your cause is undoubtedly just. My own companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isardare safely home. Okay, we got 2. Yay. A third would be nice. So far it seems it's just like 1, 1, 1, 1. And the last one is in the amphitheater. Right there. I'm gonna talk to you through this fence. Haha! Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Hey, could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you expose. I was a whaler and regular patron at Boscarin's. Yes, now I remember. Well, of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if God have changed me more than I realized. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? What's your policy of reformed convicts? As a matter of fact, wood whalers would have not more to do with me. This may be just a second chance I was looking for. Reverend's told you say, I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this. I promise you, I'm a changed man. Well, I found 2 here, so that's not that bad. Chances of him actually getting to Revenant's Toll, on the other hand, guess we'll find out. Alright, to the Aetheryte Plaza. Do I buy them from here, or I forget where I buy them from? Oh, this is just the stuff that's this stuff. Neat, but you are the weapon one. And I don't want weapons. I have these gloves still, and I kind of want to replace them. I think I have enough. What is my, I have 256. Maybe? There you are. What news is there? For my part, the Elder Sea Seer is most amenable to our requirements. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer, our company will not lack variety, that much is certain, and an interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Oda whilst our iron's hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Alright, time for Oda then. Okay. There you are. Oh, Oda, the Gilded City. One's fortune defines one's worth. Hope some manner of fortune is with us, and this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. I suggest ascending to lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts. Jonathan the Sultana would take kindly to us poaching from our personal guard. Let's meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Azurius. Alright, let's see. What do we got? One right over here. Hi, Wilred. Wait, you're the man who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Anyway, that disaster really got me into thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I've been manipulated and vowed to make myself a more worldly man, so here I am. New company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm. That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Okay, well, got somebody. What we got over here? We got 1, 2, that's a wall. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the fourth one's somewhere. They're probably gonna pull a fast one on me. The last one's probably in a different area. All right, so got one right there. Hello, Orson. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I'm Orson of the Church of Saint La Dama La Lama. Close enough. Thank you again for your timely rescue. I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying upon dry bones less fortunate. Most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion, Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good. My place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in your undertaking. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's fine. I'm not gonna complain about that one. That makes sense. But, what about the others? What do we have going on over here? Hello, Yellow Moon. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new fashion manner of prepositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you are wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. Okay, that was a waste of time. Next one is right next to Sapphire Avenue Exchange. So let's go there. Okay, right over here. Recruiting a merchant. Yeah, that's going to go well. A company that looks secure the ills of the realm entire? Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Yep, called that. Last one is right there. Not that far. Have you come to tell me the news, soldier? Well, I already heard it. Seems the would-be savior of Udao's refugees went and got himself killed. Not by your hand. He was just as much a pawn of the hapless cast-offs he sought to deceive. Eh? That's not why you're here? I'd be surprised what rumors drift down the Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours. Just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the street say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Okay. That's not the response I was expecting. I could go this way. Just kind of warp back. Back to the promenade. How fared you, Azure? What hidden gems did the streets of Ura offer up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Alamigan youth? Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea and salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Azure. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you no doubt surmise, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You're concerned about the syndicate's involvement? As was I, thus was the origin of every coin of the contribution. Carefully scrutinized and recorded, this organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely on outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And for the rumors and doubts surrounding the enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn the people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we will waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone of the United Eorzea. Let's see how this venture goes.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience. Since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'Dan law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Why am I not there? I thought I was on the airship, but nope. I was just like, I'm getting on the airship. Have fun. Alright, back inside I go. That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause the rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see the preparations for an inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Azure. I'm certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Greetings, Azure. Alpha now tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. Science shall certainly be grateful to have support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stone. Sataru is cooperating with Alpha now to see if all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Reverend's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slapborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there's aught he requires? Okay. Now I see why people say that Heaven's Sword is so good. Because the jump going from a Realm Reborn to Heaven's Sword is just a bunch of walking back and forth constantly. What can I do for you, Azure? I thought you had your hands full helping out with this new arm for the Scions. I barely noticed your recruits arrived, so it's barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. Well, I appreciate your offer of aid. It's more your burden that concerns me. I'm told the trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that it means less work for you in the long run. Slapborn, the shipment, we couldn't. Gods, woman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But as we sought to cross over into Moradona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There are many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning supplies. Pray forgive us. There is not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll have so long to tend to those wounds. What to do? Let me guess. Turn your head. Look to me like, can you take care of it? If heretics are involved, then this is more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Turn your head. Turn your head. Just talk to me and be like, do it. Whence did these supplies originate? House 4 Temp. Collected provisions. Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see their praise of this development. There it is. Is we're not on good terms with the Knights of House 4 Temps? I'll be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there to offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes of lightening your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Horshafant will be glad for your assistance. Alright, time to go to Snowland again. There it is. Hello. Well, visit my fine friend Azurius Carmine. Would you care for a plate of roast charcoal? Some mulled wine? I see you have not come to my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was in fact on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. That's some different stuff. Huh. Okay. None of it I could use, mind you, but...
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Forton does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Hallone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long.
Whoops. Text auto advance? Huh, neat. Sure.
Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
All right, Whitebrim Front. Font. Where is... Right. It's literally in the direction I'm facing. That's hilarious. Away we go. So, they're talking about something from the ice and that people are devoted, very loyal to this person. I feel like it's another primal situation. The only one I could think of would be Shiva, though, but I don't know if Shiva exists, but probably. That's most likely the case. So I guess I'll find out. Where is... Right in here. Land, please. Thank you. Azure, is there aught you wish to ask of me? Pray speak plainly. I'm a man of action and need no honey words. On trail a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the fury, but do you seem destined to cross paths with those villains? I must confess then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. It's not merely the newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this ice heart yields, but the men seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor, this unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhaps you wouldn't care to question one of the recent victims? As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. Patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow, carried him into our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some of the small details that could aid you in your task. Okay. Boop. And down we go. Where are they at? Yeah, I figured they were up there. A lot of quests in this area. I'm gonna assume in here then? Nope. Nope. Stupid thing. Nope. There you are. Tell you what happened. Why, yes, of course. I am quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help to catch those cowardly blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to wiper in front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. Just one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return his snow cloak." Dare say that this is where they are hauling my goods, but you will not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived at all. I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Snow cloak. Okay then. How far am I going? I'm not very far at all. Okay. Realistically, how would I have known that the person's over here? God, draw your weapons foul. Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are come seeking heretics? Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol and we chanced to cross one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we could have had them cornered in this ravine, yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. You glimpse a woman on top of a cliff? Did the ice heart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. Toward best we were to return to Whiteburn Fund, lay our suspicions before Lord Dromont. Okay. Back there. If I just get high enough, I should be able to just fly over everything. That works. Too bad there's no open window because it would be just nice to fly in. I don't think they expected me to do this. What? Serious, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knight spared no detail in the report. Men you found near Snowcloak were some of my finest, that they should be bested so handily. We have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. I understand you might balk at the notion. I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may very well be the lair of our enemy. We return the Dragonhead and inform Lord Harshaphant of your discoveries. He'll wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and our fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. It's funny that they're talking to me so, like, nicely and calmly, when before they were just, like, really rude when I was here in this area the first time. But it makes sense now, considering all the stuff I did. I don't even know what I'm doing. I could just warp there.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
All right, back to Revenant's Toll we go. Azure, so good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Coerthus? House Fortamp is sent to send us a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Hoshafon for his continued generosity. Yet even as our own town grows in prosperity, I feel it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us Alpha Now's new recruits included must remain vigilant against such threats. I guess I'll just take that thing, I guess. Ooh, something that I could use that's garbage. Yay! While you were away in Coerthus, preparations for inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does seem somewhat flustered. I'm taking enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Sun and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Alright then. Sounds good to me. Parchment needs to be sorted in these documents. Why are they ever here? Oh, I'm certainly tempted to file a lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, Zerius, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Would you be dear and hand these uniforms to new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll. I haven't the time to track them all down. Recruits know they'll don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alpha now if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization as well-dressed organization, I suppose. All right. Oh, they're all over the place. Shouldn't be too hard. Hello. Here's your uniform. Here's your uniform. Hello. Here's a uniform for you. I read that a little bit. He's like, I like my scarlet thing. Oh, I like this blue. Here you go. Outfit for you. Hello? Outfit for you. Where is it at? There's somewhere around here. Right there. Outfit for you. And one more to go. You are in the building, I guess? I can't get in the building. There you are. Yep, there you go. And now the last one is outside the wall. Or at least close to the outside of the wall. Are on the wall. Okay. There you are. There you go. That's everybody's outfits. I was about to turn their Tataru and it's like, oh, nope, I got to speak alpha now. Okay. I delivered uniforms. Yes, Azure. I saw Tataru mention you're handing out the new uniforms. I assume you're now met with the rest of the recruits? Some few answered to the call of arms I put forth through the established Grand I almost said companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small corps of elite soldiers can achieve. I mentioned I thought of a name for the company. This is my hope it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. Moment of truth draws near, series. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make an official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, Inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelind's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Cool. Can't even see that. Can see that though. And even though it's a hat, I can't see hats. Fun. Fine, I'll take the hat. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let's hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce these days. Wonder what that was about. Not sure in the slightest. No idea. But got a little bit further. I believe that there isn't like the next set of patches because I just saw the achievement, so there's going to be not patches. The next set of quests is going to be part of the next quote-unquote patch. So do I continue or do I stop for now? That is the question. I don't know. Honestly. You know what? Let's continue. What do we got going on here? try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us not the threat about the unknown. I must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The Ramuhs have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. Until such a time as permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ossians, Orangier is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let's pray for good tidings on that front. But all this you know already. Let us speak then of the more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Afanau did well to found the organization, but ensuring a smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he's doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be. Independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you, Afanau has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you were to go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Alright, let's find out what's going on with the Crystal Braves. He is in this room. I was about to walk out. What is it, Azurius? And do be concise, I am rather busy. You wouldn't lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants our attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor, though we are but newly formed, there's already a great demand for our services. We are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. Fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted his resolution to my second in command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I had sent you and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance. Okay, Ilberd is right over there. Hello.
Hail to you, sire. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, We can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
All right, Hall of Flames it is. Again. Why? Why is it always Oda?
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monitarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
So I was just kind of here to listen. I'll take those. Finally, something better. Yes. All right. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Well, then again, the only reason it's better is because I don't have the thing yet. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let's return to the Rising Stones report to Commander Lavelle. I definitely did not say that one right. Alright, back inside we go once again. I'm still annoyed that like every quest in like these patches gives me 4,800 experience. Like, can I at least get like something higher than that? It's gonna take so long to level up. I think they just don't want you to. We are returned from Ul'dah, Commander. And not a moment too soon, something has happened. Trouble. We recall that the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by Ivy's minions and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Guardians are not wont to treat their foreman with dignity. I have grave fears for her safety. Must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Nobord has the right of it. I trust you are willing? But of course you are. Now, Alain of the Fourth now lies waiting in the tango near the entrance to the Customs Sentry. Stick around and she'll apprise you of the situation. Alright. Back and forth indeed. I think they were aware at this point. So they named this quest that just so it was like people was like, oh, we get it. I'm sitting there, I'm like, come on. All right, and away I go. Where am I going? Oh, not very far from here. Okay, then. Should be right around here. You would aid us in this rescue mission? We earn your debt, Warrior of Light. Now time is against us. So allow me to brief you on the situation. Guardians fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the cache from yonder. Outnumbered as we were all we could do but flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Guardians may have been interrogating Resh, or worse, with her hurts. I fear she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is as strong as Mithril. None of us will stand by while the comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castle Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. Hi! Hi! Bye! Well, you were kind of easy to find. Did I just... Yes, I hit Asuna instead. Whoops. Alright. Where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you. And you. Thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place, Resh cannot move with those wounds. She'll need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Guardians will only be too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the cache room, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let's speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Alright then. Commotion time. Hello? Hello. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Time for some actual experience. I mean, it's not a lot, mind you, but it's still better than nothing. Alright, that's one location down. Next location is over here. Can I get through there, or do I need to fly over the wall? Oh, it just opens up for me. That's fine. Hello. Alright, then I'll do that. Next location. A little bit further in. Alright. Like, out of the thing aggroed me, and then I just walked right by a guy with no issues. Okay, last location's right there. That's cure. There we go. Hi, everybody. Really? Really? I got interrupted. Okay, then. Let's see. Which one are you? Which one? There we are. Oh, come on. Alright. You're not letting me do this, are you? There we go. Alright, go down. And now for you. Alright, that ought to do it. I feel like I got more experience doing this quest alone than I did, like, the entirety of everything I've done so far today. Where am I going? I waited you return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffer no further casualties. Word cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left to report the mission's success to Commander Leveille. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Alright, and I will do the same. Wrong button. Hitting all the wrong buttons. There we go. It does me well to see you thus return, though I doubt not your prowess. Entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture. I must confess I haven't been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as it is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescue is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. Get my gratitude, Azurius. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Reshos are alive. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, but I will see to it that the men will keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Azurius, I realize you have scant caught your breath, but I'm afraid there's no rest for the weary. I require that you come to me to Corthus. I have been granted an audience with this guardian dignitary, you see. The man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. Alright. Glove time! There's this one. Yay, now my gloves are like the wrong colors. What do we got going on here? Alright. We've been blessed with a rare opportunity, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sarah Imeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonhead. It's considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. It would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. Sir Americ wishes to meet a man behind the legend, not denying the pleasure of your company. Anticipating would see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Kurthus. Mayhap you also feel this will be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. And so I should remind you that the more good can be accomplished with a stroke of a pen than a thrust of a sword. Alright, I gotta speak to Minfilia now and be like, yo, I'm going to Kurthus. So, and do that. Go and talk to Minfilia and go to Kurthus. A meeting with the Ishgardian ambassador? By all means, I think it a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances of unusual beast tribe activity of late. But Afanah believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms. I see no reason to deny him. Anticipating, I take it Azurius has explained the situation? He has, yet welcome though these overtures are, I can't help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? With that I knew, the question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Last I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Alablafia's spire, ruled by the Ishgardians, the Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew them from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed by the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartanau, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banner was conspicuously absent. I've tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so, rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past. This time we shall meet with the man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think they may come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They'll bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of interpersonal truths. Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Azurius. Our old friend Lord Harshaphant is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further integrated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Game. I saw it for a split second. Can you load back in? Thank you. Alright, back to Harshaphant it is. Ow. Azurius, ever a welcome sight. Our hearts have been stoked to blazing preparation for your arrival. Would not do so much in a distinguished personage to catch cold while enjoying our hospitality. A gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle on cold climes. Good Master Alpha now. An honor as always. Likewise, Lord Harshaphant. Forgive us for yet another imposition. Here we have relied overmuch on your aid since you generally assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Fortin may even seek your aid of the newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is a great concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Americ arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I'm told he's eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You're doubtless weary from your journey into Delirious to rest upon by the warmth of our hearth. We're delirious. But if you're willing to forego us a conference, pray inform the night station outside the ancestry. We'll grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your harp sounds, I think it's best we proceed the ancestry forthwith. Alright. Right outside the door. And around the building? Kind of confused by its... There you are. We've been expecting you, sir. Pray, take your ease inside. I shall summon the others.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
What case? We have no idea why we're here.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The Beast Tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. The territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
That just ended the cinematic. It's like, up, it's done. Whatever. All right. Just when we were starting to make progress, and to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Harshafan to find out what he has learned. Okay, right back in here and find out what he has learned. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is much that we must act swiftly. Could be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knife was slain, every crate seized, and as quickly as it happened, they were gone. 'Twould be an impossible feat without knowledge of a route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly. As Lord Tashrafan said, Hello, I was trying to read that. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Azure. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? Yep, that's what I figured I'd do. An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Shadly glare their findings. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, and away we go once again. Okay, where am I going? Pretty far. Well, they are almost the Mordona, so. Right over here. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for Lord Tashrafan bid you speak with us, then you must beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind, tipped the wagon for a good measure even. The whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier just to steal it. Though a sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they just came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden away off. Now I pay no heed to my ramblings, absent of proof, this not but speculation. Might be as a squire receiving care at the observatorium would tell you something more factual, that is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack, not that his presence amounted much. Okay. To the observatorium. What is this? Huh. I'm gonna do a little bit of a diversion. We're talking about a behemoth or something, and I'm kind of curious about that. Can I fly over this or no? Good, I can. No idea what's going on, but I'm all for it. Let's see. And I have returned. Okay, let's do that. Fix that again. So what do I do with these horns? Alright, back to the main story. What do I do with these horns? Why am I not typing? Let me finish MSQ first. I was not paying attention to where I was flying, and I'm so glad I got to the right place. Wrong building though. It appears they're up above. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? Came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims marked them as lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them and one step forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought, some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why wouldn't he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as I kissed his cheek, and then he sighed and crumbled to the ground. Didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't, I mean, they'd have killed me, so I just laid still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. Called it! Alright, where's Alpha now? He's in Camp Dragonhead. Of course he is. I like how my Coral Kitten's like right there, so it's like, teleport, Coral Kitten! Alright, and down we go for more ouchie damage. Never mind, I landed on stairs, I'm good. Alright. Ah, you returned. What news have you for us? Seems Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretics spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion? Shiva's a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Agartian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saint of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Harshavant, what was the caravan's cargo? Ah, if I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Harshavant, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern. Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alpha now. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Reverend's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of the summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. All kind of garbagey things, but I might as well get these, I guess. bunch of stuff that are weird. But first, to Mordona, I guess. Wrong button. Alright, so where do I go to trade these things? That makes sense. So here. There we are. Uncanny knickknacks. Okay. See earrings, blunt resistance. Ring of lasting shelter. Strength plus. These are things? What? There's a lot of stuff here, but I don't really see, like, me able to... I don't know. Like, they're all, like... I don't know, that's... Okay. Don't really see a use for them. Are you double jumping? Oh, that's a ninja thing, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't really see anything I wanted from there. They were all kind of like, eh. Alright, so... back to main quest stuff. Why did I just walk back to Mordona? Whoops! Persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Manfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Azurius, pray join me in Riper front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Darien and Dare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. I hope that they have information which may help us determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Dromon should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there, then. Good? And away we go once more. The White Bryn... Hello? Why did I get interrupted? There's so many quests right there. Alright, up we go. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart? Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Dromont. That's a nice sword. The band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. The garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I take the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves, the Whiteburn front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. To us, it would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Emeric. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it proved to be an all too brief collaboration, Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Dromont has one in mind? Yes, yes. Excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. I'll take those. Seems as though we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. Joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the same result. Fortunately, we are not without our other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Gilliam. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might have been taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. In future? I think you mean in the future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone when we were at one front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sarah Jean Tremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him, as if he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which should endanger our plans. Okay. Whoops. Hit a button. Destination. Click. That's so discreet. Let's turn our entire body as we look. Suspected heretic leads through the southwest gate. I'm going technically the wrong way, but whatever. I'm being so discreet. Just fly up right next to the guy. The suspected heretic follows the road east. Hello? There we go. East we go. Head south. I didn't want to join that. And there's the copyright claim on the YouTube video. Yay! You think that this, well, technically Twitch doesn't really bother, like, none of my videos on Twitch, when they're on Twitch, they never really have any issues, but YouTube is like, this song, no, no, no. And every time it's that one song. Hey, hey, where are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the bloody echo. Lower your voice, or they'll hear us and wipe her in front. Yes, of course, the Temple Knights are in Snowcloak. This is what you bring me. We already knew about. Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels. Dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, you waste my time again. Is that clear? Okay, back to Drillmont we go. Game, please. There we go. Oh, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. I'll take those, I guess. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Unexpected. Given that what you overheard of here, Snowcloak may be riddled in such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our horses unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. The contingent of House Dairy and Dare Knights are on patrol in the area. Shall order them begin searching for the heretics at once. Knowing nothing of our enemy numbers or our readiness, cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put the mind at ease if we consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at the Boulder Downs if alone is kind. Close enough. We may catch these heretics before the plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Azure. The lives of our allies are at stake. And back we go again. What's going on with my mouse? That's weird. It's like skipping a lot. Seems fine now. It's weird. Where am I going? Okay, I see. Right there. All right. And down we go. I like how they waited. They totally just waited. Wrong button. That's fine. All right. Ah, whatever. That's... Ow. 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 There we go. Have fun. And you're dead. All right, back to White Brim again. Whoops, I did not mean to jump on your body. What? Yeah, I kind of went the wrong way. I kind of glanced down for a split second. I'm like, where am I going? Here you go. When I sent no word of your coming, Azurius, what has happened? What is that in your hand? It's a paper. By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Bodies must be recovered and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now, not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. Heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager that they are on the way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the trader you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value as well. Parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsman watches at our outpost of Snowcloak. The trader was stationed there long before we aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner? As information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels of impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course it will be changed now. The heretics may already be in position. House Dare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil, and continue all the way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Okay. Time is of the essence, Azure. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies as Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn, but all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may yet still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly the store. They know I have a mount. Cool. Fly the Snowcloak and tell Sir Amyric everything we have discovered. Alright, I'm going to where Snowcloak is. The heck did I just target? Serious, this is the welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden. You have my gratitude, truth be told. We suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. As Commander Leveilleur has been informed, their blades must be made aware. Made aware, blah 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 blah. It must be here, I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy is at such a disadvantage. Has us at such a disadvantage. For world though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. They not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confounded, this is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should be rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this summoning. There she is. What? That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ada. There'll be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Leveilleur. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen temples. After spotting the enemy breaking the surface, that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords. Game. To defend it. There we go. Aha, just as I suspected. Amongst the warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others. We're going in. A moment, Alpha now. The temple in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. Cannot say with certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking there on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more of a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. Ahem, a change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Amyric, and keep the heretics at bay here, you go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you're prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalimo will sulk. Papalimo. Let me guess, dungeon. I don't know why I need to talk to you. The entrance to this tunnel, sir. It's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we never would have noticed it. Per Sir Amyric's orders, we stand guard outside. Please be aware that even you should encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. A whole dungeon. It was War of Magic. 4 people. It's back down to 4? Okay. Well, I guess I'm doing it then. All right. Ah. Mm. Well, that was fast. All right, then. Up. Oh, wait, was it? Oh, yeah, it is on Striking Tree. I didn't notice that. I didn't notice. Why is it always doing that? I swear. Snowcloak. Hey yo. Hey up. Hey up. Okay. Give everybody everything they need. It's funny that we have a small party just because of Alamo. It's like, no, you don't need a large party here. You made a place that's easy, so small party only. All right then. Okay, and then you. Hello, battle. Alright, well, that was worth a shot to see if that would work. Ice forming on Gira cannot be taken out by Esuna. So, whoa, hello. Alright, what do we got? Anti... something? Really, that hit me? Okay. Back up just a teeny bit then. Where's my mouse? I literally can't find my mouse. There it goes. I had a bit of the problem with the too tininess going on. A little late on that. Whoa. Okay. Hello. All right then. Wrong button. Oh. That's the wrong thing. I meant to do this one. I think that did it. Oh, I need to heal myself. Okay. There's this. That's cure. I meant to do region. That's fine. All right. Okay. Go and Oh. Backing up. Ow, that hit me. Let me do that. There we go. That was loud. I'm not close to anybody. Give me a second. I had like a big pillar in front of my face I had to take care of. Okay, let me get that. That pillar. Why does it have a big one on it? That was weird. Whoa. Okay, where in God's name is my mouse? There it is. Door to Oblivion. You might need that. Alright. First round of him, just dodge steps the ground, hide behind the remaining one. Okay. Yeah! Oh. I wasn't sure exactly where to go during all that, but I did it well enough. Okay. Being unfrozen, good. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Oh, come on. You. Okay. Oh, I didn't get any player commendations on that one. They probably all did it on Bullock.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
I thought I did well enough.
Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
Okay. That took longer than I expected. What news, Azurius? So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable. She kind of walked away, honestly. But from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for the fight against the heretics? Crystal Braves will certainly share the credit for it too. To all be praised as areas, we may yet turn this situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Orangier have been busy pursuing the archives of House Fortem, gathering that information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. Antecedents should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Antecedent, you come to us straight from the archives of House Fortem. I trust your time is there prove useful? Would that it had. Orange and I scoured countless texts, but we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with a dragon, the gravest of all sins according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortem. Much knowledge has been lost since over the centuries, though in this case one wonders if it's by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to the endless war serves the greater good. I think Sarah Merrick might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm the tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I expected, Sir Hamrick. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. It merely meant you being a man of faith that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not the will of Helone that your ancestors came to this land, why they took up arms? Against the Dravians. Dravanians, what they would have done in your position, I assume. There are those who believe the faith of renunciation or free will, that unquestioning devotion is required to all but would live a life in service to the Fury. Such choices for may well serve a knight on the front line, less so in leader of men. Were we at all at liberty to interpret its scriptures as we will, I chose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the death of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak of the Knights of El. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture tells us only so much. Would that have told us more? That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure, less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman, of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Moggle XII, may his soul rest in peace, myth-made man manifested in response to the fervent supplications of the Moggle's guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what are the heretics? They are of a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of one who embodies their beliefs. That's not the placing of one's faith in a higher power than what is. Crystals and conviction, Minfilia, they have both of them in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? Our survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. We believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect his presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to amass a signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. About the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let's not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlian may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right, but I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. When Minfilia looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. Third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Earth is vast, and Iceheart's father know terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's father, the sooner you can press him for their leader's whereabouts. Although it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves will benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Good, I knew you would understand. You and Hase can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilber and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. Okay. He's right there. What? Gold Rush minecart? Okay. It's a gold cart. Is it carrying my money? Alright, well, thank you. There you are, Azure. Commander Olivier instructed me to wait for you. I never once said his last name right. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the third hail from Uda, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for... Did I just jump? That was neat. Making for Daphne Pass, and my braves are already in pursuit. I'd be grateful if you would join them. We taking part in the hunt, but... Alright. Cool. Time to beat up some more heretics. Where are they at? Right over there. I felt like I sped run that dungeon. It was going so fast. It's kind of hard to keep up. Dolls balls, my ankle's on fire. I caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Draftling Pass. Hurry if you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Okay then. They're all the way over there. Just gotta fly over this mountain. Okay. Sion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There's a great scaled beast, and Yuhasa, I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, and so we did too. Didn't mean to do that. That's fine. There it is, right there. Really? Okay. Now for you. I would love for you to just die already. Cool. Moving on. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heritage tracks that I almost failed to notice that they had double backed. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and he got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean the rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search of the wilderness around the observatorium. I'll need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Okay. At least they know that, hey, you're the one doing all the work, so... To the observatorium it is. I'm through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. Ow, the woods are crawling with those blue coats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. And I exist. Well, stay with him then if you think you'll fare any better. No, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for land and fallen, and by your deeds has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but mean and secret of heretics. Deny it all you will, but we will have the truth from you yet. This is not the only one skilled in the arts of interrogation. I thought he was gonna faint. Fancy meeting you here, sir. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither? What a tangled web, lest you wonder. We came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. It came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. This beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Giri and her shinobi, might never have discovered this connection. Master Afanal is too kind, but I fear my people have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befall Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. And I have those particular set of skills, which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I will accompany you until the investigation is complete. You said something, but I missed it. Thank you, though I may disappear for a time, I know that I shall never be far and shall always be watching. Comfortable thought. Come, Azurius, let us wait inside Captain Ilbert. For Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Missed a word there and changed the entire sentence. Okay. Inside we go. I did it. To the observatorium. Where am I going? The wrong way, apparently. I thought I had to go to the observatorium, but nope, I'm just speaking to you right outside. That's fine. That's fine. Captain Ilbert seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Okay, well, I am making due progress. I am making due progress indeed. So, what I would like to do is I would like to call it here. Because I know I probably am definitely going to be fighting Shiva really soon, actually. Not too sure how long, but I think I might want to leave that for the next stream. Because I'm getting hungry. I'm getting really hungry. It's been quite a while since I ate this morning. So, thank you everybody for coming. It has been a good time. Very good time. Oh my god, my phone blew up. I have so many things. But yes, that'll be it. So again, thank you all for coming, and I will see you later.